Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none quite as dangerous as what the Room of Requirement had become. Helena Wright discovered this on a bitter October evening when she found Marcus Blackwood's wand outside the room's entrance still warm, but with no sign of its owner. As head girl of Ravenclaw, Helena had grown accustomed to solving the castle's minor mysteries: missing homework, pranked portraits, and the occasional misfired spell. But over the past month, 3 students had vanished without a trace, each last seen heading toward the 7th floor corridor where the Room of Requirement waited. The professors seemed oddly reluctant to investigate, their eyes growing distant whenever the disappearances were mentioned, as if under some subtle enchantment. Helena clutched Marcus's wand, its cedarwood thrumming with residual magic. At 17, with long dark hair and eyes that seemed to change color with her mood, she had earned her position through a keen mind and unwavering determination. Now, as she paced before the blank wall 3 times, those qualities would be tested like never before. The door that materialized was wrong. Instead of the polished wood she expected, this entrance was aged bronze, its surface rippling like liquid metal. Dark veins pulsed across it in irregular patterns, and the air around it felt thick with magical discharge. "I wouldn't go in there if I were you," came a quiet voice. Helena turned to find herself face to face with the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw, who had apparently wandered from her usual frame in the common room. The founder's painted eyes were sharp with concern. "The room has been corrupted by dark magic residue from when Voldemort's followers used it as a gateway into Hogwarts. The missing students could be trapped inside," Helena responded, her grip tightening on both wands. "Why hasn't anyone done anything about this?" "Because the room's magic has grown beyond its boundaries," Rowena explained. "It's feeding on the castle's own enchantments, creating pocket dimensions from the twisted desires of those who enter. The staff can sense it, but the room's influence clouds their minds, making them forget the danger even exists." Helena felt a chill run down her spine as the bronze door seemed to pulse in response to Rowena's words. "There must be a way to cleanse it." "There is. The room was originally created through the combined magic of all 4 founders. To purify it would require similar unity for students, one from each house, working in perfect harmony to perform the ritual of restoration." Rowena's painted form leaned forward. "But choosing wrong could doom you all to the room's corrupted depths." Helena didn't hesitate. She knew exactly who she needed: Miranda Bones, a fiercely loyal Hufflepuff 6th year who excelled at protective charms; Alexander Kane, a Gryffindor beater whose courage was matched only by his skill with combat magic; and most controversially, Scorpius Sabini, a brilliant but isolated Slytherin whose understanding of dark magic could prove invaluable. It took her less than an hour to gather them, explaining the situation in hushed tones in the library's restricted section. To her surprise, they all agreed immediately to help. Each had their own reasons. Miranda was close friends with one of the missing students. Alexander never backed down from a challenge, and Scorpius seemed desperate to prove himself different from his family's dark reputation. That night, as the castle slept, the 4 students gathered before the bronze door. Rowena's portrait had provided the instructions for the ritual. They would need to enter the room and find its heart, where the corruption had taken root. There, they would need to form a circle and channel their magic together, focusing on what the room was meant to be, rather than what it had become. The door opened at Helena's touch, revealing not a room, but a twisted landscape of shifting architecture. Staircases folded in on themselves like paper origami. Walls rippled like curtains in a breeze, and doorways opened onto impossible spaces. The air itself seemed to whisper with the unfulfilled desires of countless students. They moved carefully through the chaos, wands raised and ready. Each step brought new dangers. A section of floor that tried to transform their shoes into quicksand. A chandelier that spawned shadow creatures from its crystals. A mirror that attempted to pull them into its reflective surface. Miranda's shield charms kept them safe from the worst effects, while Alexander's quick spellwork dispatched the more aggressive manifestations. Scorpius proved invaluable in identifying the corruption's patterns, leading them closer to its source. Helena kept them focused and united, her Ravenclaw logic helping them solve the room's deadly puzzles. They found the missing students in bubble-like pockets of reality, each trapped in a perfect but hollow version of their deepest desires. Marcus was surrounded by endless books containing all the world's knowledge. Another student was eternally winning the Quidditch Cup. The third was locked in an endless loop of being named Minister of Magic. Freeing them required each prisoner to recognize their reality as false, a task that proved heartbreakingly difficult. At the room's heart, they discovered the source of the corruption, a crystalline growth of dark magic, pulsing with the same vein patterns as the bronze door. It had grown from the residue of dark spells cast by the Death Eaters, fed by years of students' desires and the room's own powerful magic. The four students formed a circle around the crystal, joining hands. Helena led them in the complex incantation Rowena had taught her, their voices rising in harmony as their magic combined. Each contributed something essential: Miranda's steadfast loyalty, Alexander's unwavering courage, Scorpius's deep understanding of magic's nature, and Helena's clear-minded wisdom. The crystal fought back, sending out tendrils of corrupted magic that tried to tempt each student with their deepest desires. Helena saw herself as the youngest minister of magic in history. Alexander was offered eternal glory. Miranda was shown a world without conflict or pain. Scorpius faced the promise of redemption for his entire family line. But they held firm, their unified magic growing stronger as they rejected the false promises. The crystal began to crack, dark energy seeping out to be replaced by pure, clean magic. The room around them shuddered and transformed, its twisted landscape smoothing out into familiar Hogwarts architecture. When it was done, they found themselves in a simple circular chamber with 4 doors, each bearing the crest of one of their houses. The Room of Requirement had been restored to its original purpose, a place that provided what was truly needed, not just what was desired. In the days that followed, as the missing students readjusted to reality, and the professors slowly emerged from their enchanted haze, Helena often returned to the 7th floor corridor. The bronze door was gone, replaced once again by the familiar wooden one. But something had changed. The room now seemed to respond not just to individual desires, but to what would benefit the entire school community. More importantly, the events had forged an unlikely alliance between the 4 houses. Helena, Miranda, Alexander, and Scorpius remained close friends, their shared experience creating bonds that transcended traditional house rivalries. They had learned that the greatest magic comes not from fulfilling desires, but from working together to protect what matters most. And if sometimes, late at night, they gathered in the Room of Requirement to practice advanced magic or simply enjoy each other's company, well, that was exactly what the room was meant for all along. Story 2. The first sign that something was terribly wrong at Hogwarts came during the Halloween feast, when nearly headless Nick failed to perform his traditional Death Day reenactment. By morning, every ghost in the castle had vanished, leaving behind only the faintest shimmer of spectral residue. that only 13-year-old Lucas Finnegan could see. Lucas wasn't particularly special in most ways. He struggled in potions, excelled at charms, and had inherited his father Seamus's unfortunate tendency to accidentally set things on fire. But he possessed a rare magical sensitivity that made him see what others couldn't: the lingering traces of ghostly energy that clung to the ancient stones of Hogwarts like morning dew. They didn't just disappear. He whispered to his best friend, Cassandra Knott, as they examined the Bloody Baron's favorite dungeon corridor. They were taken. Cassandra, a Slytherin with sharp green eyes and an even sharper mind, ran her fingers along the wall where Lucas had spotted the spectral residue. Though she couldn't see the silvery traces, years of friendship had taught her to trust Lucas's unusual talent. "What makes you so sure?" "The patterns," Lucas explained, tracing the air with his finger. "They're not fading naturally. They're being pulled like water down a drain." He followed the ethereal trail, which glowed a pale blue in his enhanced vision. "And they all lead to the same place." The trail led them through winding corridors and down spiraling staircases, deeper into the castle than either of them had ever ventured. They passed ancient classrooms thick with dust and portraits whose occupants had long ago abandoned their frames. Finally, they reached a heavy wooden door marked with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. "We should get a professor," Cassandra suggested, though her hand was already reaching for her wand. "They won't believe us," Lucas replied. "Remember what happened when we tried to tell Professor Blackwood? It was like she couldn't even hear us talking about the ghosts." Indeed, the staff's strange behavior had been almost as concerning as the ghost's disappearance. Whenever students mentioned the missing spirits, the professor's eyes would glaze over, and they'd quickly change the subject. The door opened with surprising ease, revealing a circular chamber illuminated by floating orbs of pale light. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, similar to the one in the Department of Mysteries, but instead of a fluttering veil, this one contained a swirling vortex of silvery mist. "It's a spirit gate," came a whispered voice behind them. Both students spun around to find the gray lady hovering near the entrance, her form flickering like a candle in the wind, one of many hidden throughout the castle by the founders. They were meant to be used in times of great danger, allowing the school's ghostly guardians to combine their power. "But why are you all being pulled in now?" Cassandra asked, while Lucas stared in fascination at the streams of spectral energy flowing from the ghost into the archway. "Someone has activated the gate improperly," the gray lady explained, her voice growing fainter. "They seek to harvest our essence for a ritual of resurrection, but they don't understand bringing back the dead requires more than just spiritual energy. It requires..." She flickered violently, her form becoming more transparent. "Find my mother's diadem, the real one. She left clues." Her voice faded completely as her form was pulled into the vortex. Lucas and Cassandra spent the next week searching the castle between classes, following the ghost's cryptic clue. They pored over ancient texts in the library, traced the path of Rowena Ravenclaw's last known movements, and even interviewed her portrait, though she seemed oddly reluctant to discuss her diadem's whereabouts. The breakthrough came when Lucas noticed something odd about the spectral residue in the Ravenclaw common room. The traces formed a pattern that only became visible at midnight under the full moon, a map leading to a hidden chamber behind the library's restricted section. There, they found a small room filled with Rowena Ravenclaw's personal belongings, including a journal that revealed the truth. The diadem they knew about, the one Voldemort had turned into a Horcrux, was a replica. The real diadem had been hidden away because it possessed an even more powerful ability: the power to bridge the gap between life and death. But the journal also contained a warning. Using the diadem to resurrect the dead would have catastrophic consequences, releasing an ancient curse that would trap all of Hogwarts in a state between life and death. As they pieced together the clues, they realized who was behind the ghost's disappearance. Magnus Blackwood, the new defense against the dark arts professor, who had lost his entire family in the Second Wizarding War. His strange behavior wasn't from ignoring the problem, he was the one causing it. Racing against time, Lucas and Cassandra made their way back to the Spirit Gate chamber, only to find Professor Blackwood already there, wearing the true diadem and beginning the resurrection ritual. The trapped ghosts swirled in the vortex, their combined energy causing the castle's very foundations to shake. "Professor, stop," Lucas called out. "The diadem, it won't bring them back the way you want." "You don't understand," Blackwood replied, his voice distorted by the power flowing through him. "I've lost everything. The ghosts are already dead. Using their energy to restore life is a fair exchange." "But it's not just their energy," Cassandra interjected, holding up Rowena's journal. "The curse will affect everyone in the castle. We'll all be trapped between life and death." For a moment, doubt flickered across Blackwood's face. In that instant of hesitation, something extraordinary happened. The ghosts in the vortex began to move with purpose, forming shapes and patterns. Nearly headless Nick, the fat friar, the gray lady, and the bloody baron emerged briefly from the swirling mist, their forms more solid than Lucas had ever seen them. "We chose to remain," Nick declared, his head for once sitting firmly on his shoulders. "Death is not an ending to be feared, but a choice to be respected." The four house ghosts joined hands, creating a circle around the archway. Their combined power pushed back against the diadem's pull, creating a resonance that shattered the ancient artifact. As it broke, the vortex collapsed, releasing all the captured spirits back into the castle. Professor Blackwood collapsed, the broken diadem falling from his head. As Cassandra ran to fetch the other professors, Lucas helped their teacher to his feet. "I'm sorry," Blackwood whispered, looking older and more tired than ever. "I just missed them so much." "I know," Lucas replied, watching as the ghosts began to resume their normal routines throughout the castle, as if nothing had happened. "But sometimes the best way to honor those we've lost is to let them go." In the days that followed, Hogwarts returned to normal, or as normal as a school of magic could be. Professor Blackwood resigned, but not before the ghosts themselves spoke in his defense, ensuring he received help rather than punishment. Lucas's ability to see spectral traces faded somewhat, though he could still catch glimpses of ghostly activity if he concentrated hard enough. But the most important change was invisible to most. The ghosts of Hogwarts, having chosen once again to remain, seemed more present than ever before. They took a greater interest in the students, sharing their centuries of knowledge and experience more freely. Nearly headless Nick even began teaching an unofficial history class, though students had to promise not to fall asleep during his detailed accounts of medieval wizard politics. As for Lucas and Cassandra, their adventure had taught them something vital about both life and death, that the bonds between people, whether they're living, dead, or somewhere in between, are the most powerful magic of all. Story 3. The ancient shelves of Hogwarts Library held countless secrets, but none quite as intriguing as the mystery of the self-writing books. Sarah Abbott first noticed them one chilly autumn evening, when she caught a leather-bound volume quietly penning itself in a forgotten corner of the Hufflepuff common room. Being a fourth-year student with a particular talent for finding lost things, Sarah had always felt drawn to the library's quieter corners. Her round face and honey-colored curls gave her an unassuming appearance that let her observe without being noticed, a trait that proved invaluable when she began tracking the strange behavior of the new librarian, Madame Rivers. "There's definitely something odd about those books she's moving," whispered Oliver Wood to his fellow Hufflepuffs, Sarah and Benjamin Chang, as they huddled in their favorite study nook. The trio had been friends since their first year, bonded by their shared curiosity and tendency to stumble upon mysteries. Benjamin, whose keen eyes had inherited his father's talent for spotting the smallest details, pulled out a piece of parchment. I've been marking down which books she takes. They're not just random selections, they're all blank on the outside. No titles. Sarah fingered the leather-bound book she'd found, its pages still warm from recent writing. Like this one? She opened it carefully, revealing freshly inked words that documented that very morning's transfiguration lesson in perfect detail. The three friends exchanged meaningful looks. They had stumbled upon something far more significant than mere library oddities. That night, armed with Oliver's father's old Quidditch goggles enchanted to see in the dark, they followed Madame Rivers during her evening rounds. The librarian moved with purpose, collecting specific volumes from throughout the library before disappearing behind a bookshelf that shouldn't have had space behind it. Revelio, Benjamin whispered, but the spell simply slid off the wooden panels like water off a duck's back. Sarah stepped forward, running her fingers along the shelf's edge. As a Hufflepuff, she knew all about hidden entrances. Sometimes, she said softly, the simplest magic is the strongest. She pulled the closest book halfway out, and the shelf shimmered, revealing a narrow passage beyond. The hidden library they discovered took their breath away. Hundreds of self-writing books filled the circular room, their pages turning and quills scratching as they recorded every moment happening within Hogwarts walls. Some bore the names of students, others of locations, and still others seemed to categorize events by type. Secrets whispered, promises made, rules broken. It's beautiful, Oliver breathed, but Benjamin's expression had turned troubled. It's dangerous, he corrected, picking up a book labeled Passwords and Passages. Think about it, these books know everything that happens in Hogwarts. Every secret, every conversation, every hidden defense mechanism. A soft cough behind them made all three jump. Madame Rivers stood in the doorway, her typically severe expression tinged with sadness. I was wondering when someone would notice, she said quietly, though I hadn't expected it to be Hufflepuffs. Ravenclaws, perhaps, or clever Slytherins. What are you doing with these books? Sarah asked, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Protecting them, Madame Rivers replied. Or trying to. These are the memory tomes of Hogwarts, created by Helga Hufflepuff herself. They record everything that happens within these walls, a living history of the school. But you've been removing some of them, Benjamin pointed out. Why? The librarian's face darkened. Because someone else has discovered their existence. Someone who wants to use them not to preserve history, but to exploit it. They've already managed to copy several volumes containing sensitive information about the castle's defenses. Who? Oliver demanded, but Sarah had already figured it out. Professor Blackthorn, she said quietly, the new ancient runes teacher. I've seen him watching the library, and he's always asking questions about the castle's history. Madame Rivers nodded grimly. Augustus Blackthorn comes from a long line of magical archaeologists, but his methods are less than ethical. He believes Hogwarts holds a secret chamber even greater than Slytherin's one containing artifacts from all four founders. With the information in these books, he could find it, but why would that be bad? Oliver asked. Wouldn't finding the founders' artifacts be amazing? The founders hid their most powerful artifacts for a reason, Madame Rivers explained. Together, they could be used to control the very essence of Hogwarts itself, including the magical protections that keep the school and its students safe. The next few weeks became a desperate race against time. While Madame Rivers worked to protect the remaining books, Sarah, Oliver, and Benjamin tried to figure out which volumes Blackthorn had already copied. They created a careful catalog of the memory tomes, cross-referencing them with the library's usual inventory. Their breakthrough came when Sarah discovered a pattern in the missing books. They all contained references to the astronomical tower during specific lunar phases. Combining this information with Benjamin's knowledge of ancient runes and Oliver's natural talent for spatial puzzles, they realized Blackthorn was planning to use the upcoming lunar eclipse to reveal the hidden chamber's entrance. The night of the eclipse found them crouched behind the astronomical instruments, watching as Professor Blackthorn began an intricate runic ritual. The light of the eclipsed moon caught in the crystal mechanisms of the ancient telescopes, creating a web of silver light across the tower floor. But the trio was prepared. While Blackthorn had the copied books, he didn't have the most recent entries, including the ones documenting their own discoveries about the Founder's security measures. As he spoke the final word of his ritual, Sarah stepped forward and drew a simple badger symbol on the floor, Helga Hufflepuff's own counter seal against magical theft. The ritual backfired spectacularly, transforming Blackthorn's stolen knowledge into a flock of paper birds that flew back to the secret library, reintegrating themselves into their original books. The professor himself was found the next morning in his office, his memory of the memory tomes completely erased. In the aftermath, Madame Rivers offered the three friends a special position as junior librarians, helping to protect and organize the memory tomes. Hufflepuff herself would be proud, she told them. She believed that knowledge should be preserved but not exploited, and that the greatest secrets are often best protected by those others underestimate. The secret library remained hidden, but now it had new guardians. Sarah Oliver and Benjamin took their roles seriously, learning to understand and protect the complex magic of the memory tomes. They discovered that the books didn't just record history, they helped preserve the very magic that made Hogwarts special, capturing the small moments of triumph, friendship, and wonder that gave the castle its power. And if sometimes they peeked at the volumes recording current events in the Gryffindor common room, or the latest gossip from the Slytherin dungeons, well, that would remain their own small secret, safely recorded in the ever-writing pages of Hogwarts' hidden heart. Story 4. The moving staircases of Hogwarts had always had a mind of their own, but on the morning of the autumn equinox, they began to dance. Not their usual lazy drifting between landings, but an intricate waltz of stone and magic that left students stranded in impossible places and corridors that hadn't existed moments before. Artemis Blackwood, a fifth-year Ravenclaw with a passion for magical architecture, was the first to notice the pattern in the chaos. As she stood in the great hall watching the enchanted ceiling reflect the dawn, the staircases above moved with unprecedented purpose, forming and reforming into shapes that reminded her of the ancient runic symbols in her grandmother's books. "It's not random," she announced to her best friend, James Potter III, who was more interested in his breakfast than the architectural anomalies above. "The stairs are trying to tell us something." Before James could respond, a deep rumbling echoed through the castle, and golden letters appeared in the air above the staff table. "The tournament of stairs begins at midnight. 4 shall compete. One from each house to add their mark to Hogwarts' crown, as was decreed a century hence." Professor McGonagall, now headmistress, stood up with remarkable composure for someone whose castle had just rearranged itself. "It seems," she announced, her voice carrying across the suddenly silent hall, "that an ancient tradition has awakened. The tournament of stairs occurs every 100 years, allowing students to participate in the very evolution of Hogwarts itself. The excitement that followed was electric. Students from all houses immediately began campaigning to represent their houses in the tournament, but the stairs, it seemed, had their own ideas about who should compete. Throughout the day, certain students found themselves guided by the shifting staircases to specific locations. Artemis was led to row in a Ravenclaw's private study, a room she hadn't known existed. There, she found a bronze key with her name etched into its surface. The other chosen competitors were equally surprising. Marcus Longbottom, a quiet but fiercely loyal Gryffindor with a gift for herbology. Sophia Zabini, a brilliant but rebellious Slytherin known for breaking as many rules as she solved puzzles. And Hugo Weasley, a Hufflepuff whose talent for finding hidden things was matched only by his enthusiasm for exploration. At midnight, the 4 students gathered in the entrance hall, each holding their mysteriously acquired keys. Professor McGonagall explained the rules, The Tournament of Stairs was a series of challenges testing their understanding of Hogwarts itself. The winner would earn the right to design and add a new permanent room to the castle, a privilege not granted since the founders themselves walked these halls. But remember, she warned, her eyes twinkling, Hogwarts has a way of revealing what we need rather than what we want. The first challenge began immediately. The stairs rearranged themselves into a massive spiral, each step inscribed with a riddle that had to be solved before the next would appear. Artemis took the lead, her knowledge of magical theory helping her decipher the ancient puzzles. But as they climbed higher, the challenges grew more complex. Some stairs vanished the moment they were stepped on, requiring precise timing and teamwork to cross. Others tested their magical abilities, demanding spells that combined the unique talents of different houses. Sophia proved invaluable in detecting hidden traps, while Marcus's steady nerve kept them going when the stairs led them out over seemingly bottomless drops. Hugo's intuitive understanding of the castle's secrets helped them find shortcuts through portraits and behind tapestries. As they progressed, something unexpected happened. The competition began to feel less like a tournament and more like a collaboration. Each challenge seemed designed not to pit them against each other, but to force them to combine their strengths. The final test brought them to the highest tower of Hogwarts, where they found themselves facing not another staircase, but a door that refused to open for any spell. Around its frame were four keyholes, one bearing the crest of each house. Of course, Artemis breathed, looking at her bronze key. It was never about competing against each other. Together, they inserted their keys. The door swung open to reveal not a room, but a swirling vortex of magical energy, the raw essence of Hogwarts itself. Within its depths, they could see glimpses of every room in the castle, past and present, and the countless students who had walked these halls. Now comes the true challenge, came a voice, and before them appeared the ghostly forms of the four founders themselves. Show us what Hogwarts needs. The four students looked at each other, years of house rivalry dissolving in the face of this shared moment. They raised their wands together, and as one, began to shape the magical energy before them. What they created was beyond any single student's vision. It was a room that changed with the needs of its occupants, but unlike the room of requirement, it was specifically designed for inter-house cooperation. When students from different houses entered together, it became a space uniquely suited to their combined talents and interests. The founders smiled in approval. "You have learned what we hoped all would understand," said Helga Hufflepuff. "That the greatest magic comes from unity, not division." As the sun rose over Hogwarts the next morning, students discovered a new tower had appeared, its windows shimmering with all for house colors. The Harmony Tower, as it came to be known, became a favorite spot for inter-house study groups, clubs, and friendships. The staircases returned to their usual patterns, though they seemed to behave a bit better when students from different houses traveled together. Artemis, Marcus, Sophia, and Hugo remained close friends, often meeting in their created tower to study or simply enjoy each other's company. Years later, when asked about the tournament, they would say the same thing. The real prize hadn't been the right to add to Hogwarts, but the discovery that the castle's greatest magic lay in bringing people together. The stairs had known this all along. They'd just been waiting for the right moment to teach that lesson to a new generation. And sometimes on quiet nights when the moon is full, the staircases still dance their ancient waltz, celebrating the magic that comes not from competition, but from cooperation, a lesson as old as Hogwarts itself. Written not in books, but in the very stones of the castle. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered their secrets to those who knew how to listen, and Aurora Weasley had always been a particularly attentive student. As the youngest defense against the dark arts professor in a century, her brilliant red hair and youthful appearance often caused others to underestimate her. But at 25, She had already earned a reputation for being able to sense dark magic, like others sense changes in the weather. That's why, when the first tremor shook the foundations of Hogwarts late one October evening, she knew it wasn't just the castle settling in for winter. The vibration carried traces of raw and tamed magic, the kind that came from spells cast without proper control or understanding. "Another accident, Professor?" Headmistress McGonagall asked during breakfast, after a suit of armor spontaneously transformed into a flock of metal butterflies that took 3 hours to catch. "Not exactly," Aurora replied, her fingers tracing the familiar pattern of her wand. "These aren't accidents. They're echoes of deliberate spellwork, powerful magic, being practiced somewhere within the castle walls." The trail led her deep into the lower levels of Hogwarts, past the Slytherin dungeons to areas that hadn't seen footprints in centuries. Here, the air itself felt different, thick with the residue of ancient enchantments and forgotten promises. Following the magical signatures, she discovered a network of tunnels that weren't on any known map of Hogwarts. The first real breakthrough came when she caught Thomas Blackwood, a sixth-year Slytherin, nursing a mysteriously sprained wrist after curfew. His excuse about falling down the stairs might have convinced another teacher, but Aurora recognized the distinctive magical bruising pattern of a shield charm cast too late. Instead of punishing him, she offered a deal. "Show me where the dueling club meets, and I'll teach you how to properly deflect a stunning spell." Thomas's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing with suspicion. "What dueling club?" "The one that's been meeting in the old tunnels," Aurora replied calmly. "The one that's practicing magic powerful enough to shake the castle's foundations." After a long moment, Thomas nodded. That night, he led her through a series of concealed passages to a vast underground chamber she never knew existed. The space had been transformed into an elaborate training ground, with practice dummies, enchanted targets, and what appeared to be a modified version of the Room of Requirements magic integrated into the very walls. But what truly caught her attention was the magic itself. The students had somehow tapped into an ancient source of power within Hogwarts, using it to enhance their spells beyond normal capabilities. It was impressive, innovative, and absolutely dangerous. "We're not doing anything dark," explained Lisa Chang, a seventh-year Ravenclaw who appeared to be one of the club's leaders. "We just wanted to learn real defense." Beyond the basic curriculum, Aurora surveyed the room, noting the mix of students from all houses, the carefully maintained safety protocols, and the advanced spellwork on display. "You're right, this isn't dark magic. But it's not entirely safe either. You've connected to something old and powerful within the castle, something that wasn't meant to be disturbed." She pointed to hairline cracks spreading across the chamber's ceiling, visible only to those who knew what to look for. "The castle's magic is destabilizing. If this continues, you could trigger a cascade failure in Hogwarts' entire defensive system." The students exchanged worried looks. They had created something remarkable here, a place where house rivalries were forgotten in the pursuit of magical excellence, where students could push their abilities beyond normal boundaries. But none of them had realized the true cost of their experiments. However, Aurora continued, a slight smile playing at her lips. "That doesn't mean we have to shut it down entirely. Over the next few weeks, Aurora worked with the student dueling club to modify their practice space. She helped them understand the ancient magic they'd accidentally tapped into, a residual power left by the founders themselves, meant to activate only in times of dire need. Together, they developed new safety protocols and modified the chamber's enchantments to draw power more sustainably from Hogwarts' magical core. The students' enthusiasm and creativity, combined with Aurora's expertise, transformed the Forbidden Club into something extraordinary. But their work was interrupted one stormy night when the castle's magic suddenly surged, causing every enchanted object in Hogwarts to activate simultaneously. Portraits evacuated their frames, staircases moved with frenzied speed, and even the giant squid in the lake became agitated. Racing to the underground chamber, Aurora found her students already there, trying to contain the magical overflow. The ancient power they tapped into was responding to something a threat to the castle that had triggered its oldest defenses. "It's the wards," Lisa gasped, her wand moving in complex patterns as she attempted to stabilize the energy flow. "Someone's trying to breach them from the outside." Aurora reached out with her magical senses and felt it to a coordinated assault on Hogwarts' protective barriers by dark wizards hoping to steal artifacts from the castle's vaults. In any other circumstance, the attack would have been repelled automatically by the castle's defenses. But with the magical core destabilized by weeks of unauthorized power tapping, the wards were failing. What happened next would become legend in Hogwarts history. The dueling club members, trained in unconventional magic and intimately familiar with the castle's hidden power, worked together in perfect synchronization. Under Aurora's guidance, they used their modified chamber as a focus point, channeling their combined power through the ancient foundations of Hogwarts itself. The castle responded to their call. Every lesson they had learned in their secret practice sessions, every innovation they had developed, came together in a display of magical cooperation that would have made the founders proud. The wards not only held, they were reinforced beyond their original strength. In the aftermath, Aurora stood before the headmistress, prepared to accept responsibility for her role in the unauthorized club. But McGonagall surprised her with a thin smile. "It seems," the headmistress said, "that we need to make some changes to our defense curriculum. Perhaps it's time we officially recognize the value of practical magical innovation." The underground chamber became the new home of an advanced defense training program, open to qualified students from all houses. The original club members served as peer instructors, teaching others the unique blend of traditional and innovative magic they had developed. More importantly, they maintained their connection to Hogwarts' deeper magic, not as an unauthorized tap, but as proper caretakers of an ancient power. The castle itself seemed to approve, as the once forbidden tunnels became easier to find for those who truly needed them. Aurora often reflected on how close they had come to disaster, and how that very risk had led to something remarkable. In trying to prevent students from pushing boundaries too far, she had instead helped them learn to push them just far enough, and in doing so, had helped forge a new tradition at Hogwarts, one that honored both innovation and responsibility. And sometimes, late at night, she could still feel the castle's magic humming through the stones, no longer restless but content, as if it had finally found the perfect balance between preservation and progress. Story 6. The dungeons of Hogwarts had always held secrets, but none quite like the one Hugo Weasley stumbled upon during that fateful advanced potions class in his 5th year. The autumn morning had started typically enough Professor Abbott demonstrating the intricate brewing process of the draught of living death, while condensation dripped steadily from the cold stone ceiling, creating mesmerizing ripples in the cauldrons below. Hugo, who had inherited his mother's meticulous nature, but his father's tendency for accidents, was carefully stirring his potion counterclockwise when disaster struck. His classmate, Timothy Finch Fletchley, accidentally knocked over a vial of salamander blood, causing a chain reaction that sent Hugo stumbling backward into what should have been a solid wall. Instead, he fell through it, tumbling into darkness. When he opened his eyes, Hugo found himself in a classroom he had never seen before, yet somehow it felt eerily familiar. Dust motes danced in shafts of pale light that shouldn't have existed this far underground. The room was perfectly preserved, as if sealed in amber. Quills still stood in inkwells, half-finished notes lay on desks, and a piece of chalk hovered motionless next to an equation on the blackboard. But what caught Hugo's attention was the date written in precise handwriting in the corner, November 13th, 1943. "Hugo, are you all right?" Professor Abbott's voice echoed from the other side of the wall, snapping him back to the present. Within minutes, the wall had been temporarily transformed into an archway, and his classmates crowded around the threshold, their eyes wide with wonder at the discovery. The news of the mysterious classroom spread through Hogwarts like fiendfire. Professors cast detection spells, magical historians were consulted, and theories flew wild among the students. Hugo, however, couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong about the room. The way the air felt thick and static, how sounds seemed to echo a fraction of a second too long, and most disturbing of all, how the room seemed to whisper when no one was looking directly at it. His suspicions proved correct 3 days later when Matilda Chang, a third-year Ravenclaw, vanished during a supervised examination of the room. She reappeared exactly 48 hours later in the hospital wing, unable to remember anything about her disappearance, but clutching a Transfiguration textbook from 1943. Before the professors could seal off the room, 2 more students disappeared. James McKinnon from Gryffindor and Elena Zabini from Slytherin. They too returned days later, missing their memories but carrying objects from the past, a prefect badge, and a letter dated 1943. Hugo spent every free moment in the library, poring over old school records with his cousin Rose. They discovered that in 1943, a group of students had been conducting secret experiments with time magic in that very classroom. Their research coincided with the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and Tom Riddle's presence at Hogwarts hardly a coincidence, Rose pointed out. The breakthrough came when Hugo convinced the Grey Lady to share what she knew. The ghost's silvery form shimmered with anxiety as she revealed that the students had been trying to create a way to view past events directly, like a pensieve but on a larger scale. Something had gone terribly wrong during their final experiment, and the room had become unstuck in time, existing simultaneously in 1943 and the present. The room isn't just showing the past, the Grey Lady whispered, her transparent hands clasped tightly. It's hungry for it. It pulls people in, trying to fill the void left by those who once occupied it. Armed with this knowledge, Hugo formulated a plan. The room needed to be anchored firmly in one time period or the other. Working with Professor Abbott and the charms teacher, he discovered that the original students had used a combination of time-turner dust and a modified version of the Geminio curse, creating a pocket of duplicated time that never fully resolved itself. But time was running out. More students were vanishing, each staying longer than the last before returning. The whispers from the room grew louder, and the air around it began to ripple like heat waves rising from summer pavement. In a moment of brilliant inspiration or reckless Weasley courage, Hugo realized what needed to be done. Just as his mother had used the time turner in her 3rd year, understanding time magic required experiencing it firsthand. He would need to enter the room one final time, but not alone. On a cold December evening, Hugo led a carefully selected team into the classroom. Rose with her encyclopedic knowledge of spells, Scorpius Malfoy, whose family library had yielded crucial information about temporal magic, and Lucy Lovegood Thomas, whose unique perspective on reality helped her understand the room's twisted logic. The moment they stepped inside, the room tried to trap them in 1943. The air thickened like honey, and shadows of past students flickered at the edges of their vision. Using a complex counterspell developed from the Grey Lady's information, they began the process of temporal anchoring. Rose cast the initial containment charm while Scorpius traced ancient runes of binding on the floor. Lucy, who could see the temporal distortions that were invisible to others, guided Hugo as he used a specially modified Revelio charm to expose the room's temporal tether points. The room fought back. Objects flew through the air. Time shifted erratically around them, and for terrifying moments, they saw glimpses of what appeared to be Tom Riddle himself, watching from the shadows with calculating eyes. But Hugo pressed on, remembering what his mother had always said about courage not being the absence of fear, but acting in spite of it. With a sound like breaking glass and rushing wind, the temporal bubble finally collapsed. The room shuddered. decades of trapped time cascading into proper sequence. When the dust settled, they found themselves in a normal, if antiquated, classroom. The objects from 1943 remained, but now they were simply old, not frozen in time. In the days that followed, the missing students' memories gradually returned. The room was carefully documented and sealed, its contents preserved for historical study. Hugo received a special award for services to the school, though he insisted that it belonged to the entire team. Years later, Hugo would tell his own children about the time-locked classroom, about how sometimes the most dangerous magic isn't dark magic at all, but simply magic that has lost its way. The incident had taught him what his parents had learned years before, that the greatest adventures at Hogwarts often begin with an accident, a mystery, and the courage to face the unknown with friends by your side. And if sometimes, late at night in the dungeons, students claim they can hear whispers of lessons from long ago, or catch glimpses of figures in outdated robes, well, that's just another secret for future generations of Hogwarts students to discover. Story 7. The first sign that something was wrong at Hogwarts appeared on an ordinary Tuesday morning when Lily Luna Potter noticed that Sir Cadogan's silver armor had turned a dull gray. By Wednesday, his usually boisterous voice had become a whisper, and on Thursday, his faithful pony's tail began to disappear, fading into the canvas like morning mist. Lily might have dismissed it as a peculiar magical mishap, if not for what happened during her history of magic class the following week. As Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions, she watched in horror as the portrait of Headmistress Dilys Derwent gradually lost its vibrant emerald robes to ashen shadows. The painted healer's usual warm smile flickered like a dying candle before her features began to blur at the edges. "Did you see that?" Lily whispered to her best friend, Alice Longbottom, pointing at the portrait. But by the time Alice looked up from her notes, Dilys had abandoned her frame entirely, leaving behind nothing but a pale outline against the weathered canvas. The disappearances accelerated. Each day, more portraits lost their color, their voices growing fainter, until they fell silent altogether. The castle's walls, once alive with centuries of painted witnesses, began to empty. Panic spread through the school when the portrait of Albus Dumbledore vanished from the headmaster's office, leaving behind only a ghostly impression of half-moon spectacles and twinkling eyes. Lily couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen something similar before. Late one night, while searching through old copies of the Daily Prophet in the library, she found what she was looking for, a small article about magical paintings being restored after the Battle of Hogwarts. The restoration had been overseen by a young artist named Marcus Blackwood, who had developed new techniques for healing damaged magical portraits. But where is he now? Lily murmured, scanning the article. A soft cough behind her made her jump. "Perhaps I can help with that," said nearly headless Nick, floating through a bookshelf. Young Blackwood was rather ambitious, always asking the portraits about ancient magic, especially about objects hidden within the castle. The fat lady found him rather suspicious. If I recall correctly, armed with this information, Lily recruited her cousin Hugo and Alice to help investigate. They discovered that Blackwood had been obsessed with the idea that the portraits of Hogwarts collectively held the secret to finding powerful magical artifacts hidden throughout the castle by the founders themselves. Their breakthrough came when Hugo remembered something his mother had once mentioned about magical paintings being more than just enchanted canvas. They were repositories of memories and knowledge, carefully preserved through specialized magic. What if, Hugo suggested, his eyes wide with realization, Blackwood found a way to extract those memories? The trio's investigation led them to an abandoned classroom in the East Wing, where they found walls covered in strange symbols and arithmetic equations. In the center of the room stood an elaborate device that looked like a cross between a pensieve and an easel, glowing with an unsettling purple light. "It's some kind of memory extractor," Alice whispered, examining the arcane machinery. He's literally pulling the magic out of the paintings, trying to access their collective knowledge. A sound at the door made them whirl around. There stood Marcus Blackwood himself, his robes splattered with paint and his eyes gleaming with a fanatic light. "Clever children," he said softly, stepping into the room. "But you don't understand. The founders left behind more than just a school. They left a legacy of powerful artifacts, hidden where only the portraits could see. I'm so close to finding them all. You're destroying centuries of history." Lily protested, her hand tightening around her wand. "These portraits aren't just decorations, they're part of what makes Hogwarts alive. Sometimes sacrifices must be made in the pursuit of greater power," Blackwood replied, raising his own wand. "Surely the daughter of Harry Potter understands that?" What followed was a chaos of spells and quick thinking, while Blackwood dueled with Lily, whose defensive spells proved that she had inherited her father's talent for magical combat. Hugo managed to reach the extraction device. Alice, showing her father Neville's courage, created a distraction by releasing a bag of Peruvian instant darkness powder she had borrowed from her Uncle George's shop. In the confusion, Hugo discovered that the device worked like a magical siphon, drawing the essence from the paintings and storing it in enchanted vials. With a flash of inspiration, he reversed the flow, sending the captured memories and magic back to their rightful places. Throughout the castle, portraits began to regenerate. Colors bloomed across canvas like flowers opening in spring. Voices returned in a chorus of confused exclamations, and figures reappeared in their frames, shaking their heads as if awakening from a deep sleep. When the darkness powder cleared, Blackwood found himself surrounded not only by the 3 students, but also by a dozen newly restored and very angry portrait subjects, including a particularly stern-looking Albus Dumbledore. The castle's suits of armor, responding to the portrait's commands, quickly apprehended the artist before he could escape. In the days that followed, as magical law enforcement officers cataloged Blackwood's research and the portraits readjusted to their restored states, Lily spent hours listening to their stories. The paintings, grateful for their rescue, shared tales of Hogwarts that had never been written in any book, secret passages that even the Marauder's map hadn't recorded, hidden rooms that appeared only once a century, and yes, even a few hints about artifacts the founders had indeed left behind. But those secrets, said Dumbledore's portrait with a familiar twinkle in his painted eyes, are perhaps best left for another adventure. The incident changed how students viewed the portraits of Hogwarts. They were no longer just decorations or convenient witnesses, but essential threads in the tapestry of the castle's magic. Lily often found herself pausing in empty corridors, watching the paintings interact and realizing that every frame contained not just an image, but a piece of Hogwarts' soul, each one contributing to the endless story of the magical school she called home. Years later, when her own children attended Hogwarts, they would hear the tale of how their mother helped save the portraits, and they would look up at the countless frames adorning the castle walls with new appreciation. For in every painted face and every brushstroke of color, there lived a piece of history, a fragment of memory, and a spark of the magic that made Hogwarts truly special. Story 8. The ancient shelves of Hogwarts' library had always whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. But on that fateful winter night, they decided to roar. Rose Weasley knew she shouldn't have been in the restricted section after hours, but her mother's stories of late-night research adventures had always made rule-breaking sound almost noble when done in pursuit of knowledge. The brass lamp in her hand cast dancing shadows between the towering bookcases as she traced her fingers along leather-bound spines, searching for information about advanced charm theory for her thesis. That's when she heard it sound like pages rustling in the wind, despite the still air. Then, unmistakably, a voice whispered her name. Rose. Weasley. She turned slowly, her wand light illuminating a massive tome bound in midnight blue leather, its silver clasps gleaming like starlight. The book seemed to pulse with an inner light, and as she approached, golden letters appeared on its cover. Ravenclaw's Compendium of Forgotten Knowledge, Impossible, Rose breathed. This book isn't in any catalog. Her hands trembled as she reached for it. Her mother's warnings about suspicious magical objects warring with her father's inheritance of curiosity. The moment her fingers touched the leather, the book sprung open, pages fluttering as if caught in a magical wind. A burst of blue light filled the library, and Rose stumbled backward as the shelves around her began to move. Not like the shifting staircases of Hogwarts, this was different. The bookcases were growing, stretching upward into the darkness beyond the lamp's reach. New shelves sprouted from the walls like wooden vines, books rearranging themselves in complex patterns she couldn't quite follow. "Who dares disturb my sanctuary?" The voice echoed through the transforming library, and Rose recognized it as the same one that had called her name. It held the weight of centuries, tinged with both wisdom and warning. "I am Rose Weasley," she answered, gripping her wand tightly. "What's happening to the library?" "The Guardian has awakened," came a drawling voice from behind her. Rose spun to find Scorpius Malfoy emerging from between two moving shelves, his prefect badge gleaming. "I followed you in here, Weasley. Couldn't let you have all the fun-breaking rules alone." Before Rose could retort, the floor beneath them shifted. Bookshelves continued to multiply and move, forming an ever-expanding maze. The ceiling disappeared into darkness, and staircases made of ancient texts spiraled up into the void. Books began to flutter through the air like leather-bound birds, their pages spreading like wings. "Rowena Ravenclaw's protection spell," Scorpius said, his usual smugness replaced by genuine awe. "Father mentioned it once, a safeguard she created to protect dangerous knowledge from falling into the wrong hands, and now it's out of control." Rose finished, watching as the library continued to expand, threatening to engulf more of the castle. Already, she could hear distant shouts of alarm from other parts of Hogwarts. The next few hours became a desperate race against time. Rose and Scorpius found themselves forced to work together, combining her inherited brilliance with his family's knowledge of ancient magic. They discovered that each section of the transformed library corresponded to a different type of magic, and the books themselves had become semi-sentient, some helpful and others actively hostile. A volume of defensive spells tried to hex them as they passed, while a collection of herbology texts dropped vines to help them climb to higher levels. In the arithmancy section, numbers floated in the air, forming equations that had to be solved to proceed. "Look at this," Scorpius called out, pointing to a pattern in the way the shelves were arranging themselves. "It's not random, it's forming a giant protection rune, just like the ones in Hogwarts." "A history," Rose nodded, her mind racing. "And the original book, Ravenclaw's compendium, it must be the keystone. If we can find it again, we can reverse the spell." Scorpius finished, a rare smile crossing his face. But the library had other ideas. As they got closer to the central chamber where the compendium had relocated itself, the defenses grew stronger. Books of battle magic launched spells at them, while ancient grimoires released clouds of disorienting dust. They found unexpected help in the form of the Grey Lady, who appeared through a bookshelf with crucial information. "My mother created this defense not just to protect knowledge," she explained, "but to test those who sought it. You must prove yourselves worthy of the wisdom you seek." The final challenge came in a circular chamber at the heart of the transformed library. The compendium hovered above a pedestal, surrounded by floating pages that formed a barrier of pure knowledge. Ancient runes and magical theories swirled around them like a scholarly tornado. "Only those who seek knowledge for its own sake may pass," echoed Ravenclaw's voice. Rose and Scorpius looked at each other, years of academic rivalry dissolving in the face of something greater. Together, they stepped forward, not reaching for the book, but instead beginning to read the floating pages, genuinely absorbing the knowledge they contained. The barrier slowly dissolved. The compendium descended into their waiting hands, and together they spoke the counterspell they had pieced together from their journey through the living library. The transformation began to reverse, but not completely. When the dust settled, the library had returned to its normal size, but subtle changes remained. The books seemed more alive somehow, more willing to share their knowledge with worthy students. New rooms had appeared, containing study spaces that seemed to know exactly what resources a student needed. In the aftermath, Rose and Scorpius received both detention and special awards for magical achievement, a combination that made both sets of their parents proudly nostalgic. More importantly, they had formed an unexpected friendship based on their shared love of knowledge. The restricted section remained restricted, but now it was guarded not just by rules, but by slight remnants of Ravenclaw's magic. Sometimes late at night, students swear they can hear books whispering to each other, sharing secrets across the centuries. And if certain volumes seem to find their way into the hands of students who truly need them well, that's just another mystery of Hogwarts. Rose kept the compendium with the headmistress's permission, though it had sealed itself once again. Yet sometimes, when she's studying late at night, its pages glow softly, revealing exactly the information she seeks, but only after she's tried to find it herself first. After all, as Rowena Ravenclaw knew, the pursuit of knowledge is often more valuable than knowledge itself. Story 9. The first dream came on an autumn night, when the moon hung like a luminous cauldron over the Hogwarts grounds. Albus Severus Potter awoke in his four-poster bed, his heart racing, his mind filled with vivid images that weren't his own. Hands stained with salamander blood, the precise angle of a silver knife cutting Valyrian roots, and a familiar dungeon classroom seen through younger, different eyes. These weren't ordinary dreams. In them, Albus wasn't himself, but Severus Snape as a student, moving through a Hogwarts from decades past. He felt Snape's emotions, sharp and clear as crystal, the burning ambition, the lonely determination, and a brilliant mind's obsession with the subtle science of potion making. The dreams grew more frequent as autumn deepened into winter. During a particularly challenging potions class, Albus found himself reaching for ingredients and making adjustments to his draft of peace without consulting his textbook. His movements mirrored those he'd seen in his dreams, and Professor Slughorn's eyebrows rose in surprise at the perfect pearlescent sheen of his potion. "Extraordinary work, Mr. Potter," Slughorn beamed. "Reminds me of another student I once taught, though perhaps we shouldn't mention that evening, Albus visited the portrait of Severus Snape in the headmaster's office, hoping for answers. The painted figure regarded him with familiar black eyes. "Dreams, you say?" Snape's portrait mused, an unusual note of concern in his voice. "Where exactly in the dungeons do you see me working?" Albus described a corner workspace in an abandoned classroom, hidden behind a false wall. The portrait's expression darkened. "That laboratory should have been sealed decades ago." My experimental work was not meant to be found. Before Albus could ask more questions, a commotion erupted in the castle. 2 fourth-year students had been found near the kitchens, babbling incoherently about shadows that moved like smoke and tasted of silver. They were rushed to the hospital wing, their skin shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence. The dreams intensified that night. Albus watched through Snape's eyes as his teenage self worked feverishly on experimental potions, attempting to combine the properties of physical objects with emotional essences. He saw elaborate charts mapping the connections between Moonstone and memory, between Asphodel and ambition. It was brilliant and terrible. The portrait of Dumbledore commented when Albus returned to the headmaster's office. Severus was trying to create potions that could alter the very nature of reality. Even then, his genius was remarkable and dangerous. More students fell ill over the next few days. Each victim exhibited different symptoms. One spoke only in rhyming riddles, another's footsteps left trails of flowering herbs, a third could suddenly see through walls, but couldn't perceive doors. Through his dreams, Albus began to understand. Someone had found Snape's old research notes and was recreating his experiments, but without the crucial refinements that the former potions master had later developed. Each failed attempt released unpredictable magical effects into the castle's air. With help from his cousin Rose's research skills and the reluctant guidance of Snape's portrait, Albus discovered the truth. A brilliant but troubled seventh-year student, Marcus Blackthorn had stumbled upon Snape's hidden laboratory. Obsessed with proving himself the greatest potioneer since Snape himself, Marcus had begun testing the experimental formulas on unsuspecting students. The dreams provided the key to stopping him. Night after night, Albus witnessed Snape's original work, understanding both the flaws in the early experiments and the corrections that would make them safe. He felt Snape's growing horror as the young wizard realized how dangerous his creations could be in the wrong hands. Racing against time, Albus and Rose traced the symptoms back to their source. They found Marcus in Snape's old laboratory, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons that emitted shifting clouds of rainbow-colored steam. "Don't you see?" Marcus gestured wildly at his work. These potions could revolutionize magic itself. Snape was a coward to abandon this research. "He wasn't a coward," Albus said firmly, raising his wand. "He was wise enough to know when to stop." The duel that followed was complicated by the unpredictable effects of the experimental potions filling the air. Spells behaved strangely. Albus's Expelliarmus turned Marcus's robes to glass, while Marcus's stunning spell left a trail of musical notes hanging in the air. Rose managed to contain the magical chaos using a complex shielding charm she'd learned from her mother. Using knowledge gained from his dreams, Albus knew exactly which ingredient would neutralize the volatile potions. He summoned a vial of phoenix tears kept for emergencies in the potions master's office and added 3 drops to each cauldron. The rainbow mists dissolved, and the air cleared. In the aftermath, as Marcus was led away by stern-faced professors, Albus made one final visit to Snape's portrait. The painted figure regarded him with an expression that might almost have been pride. "You saw my mistakes," Snape said quietly, "and learned from them. Perhaps that is why the dreams came to you." The victims recovered in the hospital wing. Though some retained minor magical side effects, one student's laughter still caused nearby objects to float. Another's tears temporarily turned to tiny diamonds. Marcus was suspended, his brilliant mind turned to less dangerous pursuits under careful supervision. The dreams gradually faded, but they left Albus with more than just memories. He had gained a deep understanding of potion making that went beyond mere technique. He had learned the importance of wisdom tempering ambition, of knowing when to pursue knowledge and when to let it rest. Years later, when Albus became Hogwarts' youngest potions master in a century, he would sometimes pause in his private office, looking at the portrait of Severus Snape that hung there. They never spoke of the dreams again, but sometimes, when Albus was working on a particularly complex potion, he could have sworn he felt a familiar presence guiding his hands, ensuring that his own experiments remained firmly on the side of wisdom, rather than reckless ambition. And if sometimes his students wondered why Professor Potter insisted on teaching them not just how to brew potions, but when not to brew them well, that was a lesson learned through another's eyes. In dreams that tasted of silver and smelled of asphodel under a luminous autumn moon. Story 10. Lightning split the Scottish sky above Hogwarts with unusual ferocity, illuminating the ancient stones in bursts of electric blue. Roxanne Weasley stood at the window of the Ravenclaw common room, her dark eyes fixed on the storm raging around the astronomy tower. Something about this tempest felt different, magical, in a way that made the air itself seem to hum with ancient power. When the great bolt struck the tower's highest point, it wasn't the thunder that made the castle tremble. The magical surge rippled through Hogwarts like a stone dropped in a still pond, and in the great hall far below, the enchanted ceiling flickered like a disturbed pensieve before settling into an entirely new configuration. Roxanne first noticed the change during breakfast the next morning. The ceiling, which normally mirrored the sky above, now showed constellations that shouldn't be visible stars moving in patterns she'd never seen in any of her astronomy texts. As other students chatted about classes and Quidditch, she found herself transfixed by a peculiar dance of celestial bodies that seemed to be trying to tell a story. Most curious came the dreamy voice of Professor Trelawney, who had approached so quietly that several students jumped. "The stars are whispering warnings, my dear," just as they did before. Well, before other dark times, Roxanne might have dismissed the professor's words as her usual dramatic flair, if not for the fact that the typically scattered woman was now staring at the ceiling with unnaturally sharp focus, her magnified eyes reflecting pinpoints of starlight. That evening, Roxanne borrowed her mother's old star charts from the library's special collections and spread them out in the Ravenclaw common room. The bronze eagles on the walls seemed to watch with particular interest as she compared the current ceiling's configurations with historical patterns. "It's like they're spelling something," muttered Gabriel Thomas Finnegan, a fellow fourth year who had joined her research. His finger traced a sequence of shifting stars. "Look, they keep returning to this formation every 12 hours. They were joined by Helena Zhang, a Hufflepuff with a gift for ancient runes and Arcturus Black, a Slytherin third year whose family's obsession with astronomy had left him with an encyclopedic knowledge of celestial lore. Together, they began to decode the mysterious message written in starlight. Their breakthrough came when Helena recognized some of the patterns from runic inscriptions in the foundation stones of Hogwarts itself. "These aren't just stars," she exclaimed, her quill flying across parchment as she translated. "They're showing us a prophecy about the castle." The message, when finally decoded, was troubling. "When winter's crown touches summer's heart, the sleeping guardian shall wake. Ancient bonds too long forgotten may break or bend or take, but what's the sleeping guardian?" Gabriel wondered aloud, just as another magical tremor shook the castle. The answer came from an unexpected source. The Grey Lady, usually so reluctant to speak of Hogwarts' secrets, glided through a nearby wall with unusual urgency. "Mother always said the stars would warn us," she whispered. "The Guardian is one of Hogwarts' oldest protections, a force bound beneath the castle by the founders themselves." Research in the restricted section revealed more. Centuries ago, the founders had contained an ancient magical force beneath Hogwarts' raw power from the land itself, wild and untamed. They had bound it with spells anchored to the very stones of the castle, using the natural magic of the celestial cycles to maintain the containment. But now, with the approaching winter solstice, those bonds were weakening. The unusual stellar alignment was both warning and countdown to a moment when the ancient magic might break free. Roxanne organized their group with the precision she'd inherited from her uncle Percy. Helena worked on translating more runic texts about the original binding spell. Gabriel recruited his sister, a seventh-year expert in charms, to help them understand the complex magic involved. Arcturus discovered that his family grimoire contained references to similar celestial bindings. They found allies among the portraits too. Past headmasters shared fragments of knowledge passed down through centuries. Even the castle ghosts contributed, with nearly headless Nick recalling conversations overheard centuries ago between professors long dead. As the solstice approached, signs of the wakening guardian became more apparent. The castle's magic grew erratic, staircases moved in impossible ways, doors opened onto different centuries, and the very stones seemed to pulse with contained power. In the dungeons, ancient runes began to glow with inner light, while in the highest towers, astronomical instruments spun wildly of their own accord. The night of the solstice arrived with a sky clearer than any in living memory. Stars blazed above Hogwarts with supernatural brightness, their light reflecting off the snow-covered grounds. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling showed the crucial alignment approaching. the constellation of Winter's Crown slowly moving toward its intersection with the heart star of Summer's Arch. Roxanne and her friends had prepared well. Following instructions pieced together from a dozen ancient sources, they positioned themselves at key points throughout the castle. Helena stood in the heart of the rune circle they discovered in the deepest dungeon. Gabriel and his sister took their places in the astronomy tower, astronomical instruments calibrated to focus the stellar energy. Arcturus waited in the chamber of reception, where the founders had left their first and strongest spells on the castle. Roxanne herself stood in the great hall, where all the castle's magical ley lines intersected. As the constellations aligned overhead, she began the incantation they had discovered not to contain the Guardian, but to renew its purpose as protector rather than prisoner. The castle's magic responded. Light flowed like liquid gold through the ancient stones, following paths laid down by the founders themselves. The very foundations of Hogwarts hummed with power as the celestial alignment reached its peak. For one breath-stealing moment, Roxanne felt the Guardian's presence ancient, wild, but not malevolent. It was the spirit of the land itself, the magic that had drawn the founders to build their school in this very spot. Through the spells they had prepared, she and her friends offered it not imprisonment, but partnership. The light faded gradually, like a sunset reflected in still water. When it was over, the castle felt different, more alive, more awake, but stable. The enchanted ceiling settled into a new pattern, showing not just the sky above, but hints of the magical currents that had always flowed through Hogwarts. In the days that followed, students and teachers alike noticed subtle changes in the castle. The moving staircases seemed more helpful than mischievous. Classroom doors had a way of appearing just when needed, and the whole building hummed with a contentment that could be felt in one's very bones. Roxanne's group received a special award for services to the school, though the full story of what they'd done was known only to a few. Sometimes, on clear nights, Roxanne would climb to the astronomy tower and watch the stars wheel overhead. The constellations had returned to their normal patterns, but now and then she caught glimpses of other messages written in starlight, not warnings anymore, but secrets of the castle, waiting for those clever enough to read them. After all, as Rowena Ravenclaw had once written, the stars speak to those who learn their language, and Hogwarts, now more than ever, had many languages for its secrets.